Well, howdy everyone. This is Ricky with Real Talk Chimp, and this is part 3, live streaming through YouTube at Real Talk Chimp. That's RealTalkChimp. We are doing the Paint by Numbers kit 5040LZ10061-BK. Blooming Desert. Okay. This is where we left off yesterday. Let's back this out a little bit. Remember to like, share, comment, follow, subscribe, all that fun stuff. Try to get this tablet to turn on, and it doesn't seem to want to go. Okay. Got some water. I charged up my magnifying glass, so it's got lights on it if it worked. It's got lights. So we were working on 1 through 10 of our paint pods. On part 1, we went through 1 through 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. On part 2, we went through 6 through 10. We are now on part 3, and we will start on pod 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. But we will also go back if we happen to find 1 through 10. And while looking at the canvas, I have seen some 1 through 10. I've seen some pop up that I missed previous. So I'm going to start off. We've got water in our little wash dish. We have our reference card, our reference doohickey right here in case we need to go back and find a number we painted over by accident. So I'm going to put the gloves back on. Let's first see if we can get this tablet to come up. Okay. All right, tablet is starting. It's hot and dry out here. I feel like I'm in this painting. All right, let's turn on some Wi-Fi. Head on over to YouTube. Okay. Find our live stream. So let's go over to RealTalkChimp, view channel. And we are live right here. Okay, let's make sure we've got sound. Perfect. Okay. Let's get our gloves on. Trying to do this all in first person for y'all. Until I can afford to buy professional equipment, which I probably won't be able to do. Okay. Got us a paintbrush. So I'm going to go back with number 10 because I did find a number 10 pop up when I was just kind of casually looking. Then we'll move on to 11. All right, so let's see where we found that numero 10. 10 right here. A little paint petal, our little flower petal. There's a 10 right here. Okay. There's a 10 right here. Thank you for the like. I appreciate it. You're more than welcome to comment if you want to chat. I am always down for the chat. The cheeky chimpanzee loves to chat. Oh, I found some 10s down here. Little flower petals. $15 looks like the 10, but I know that's not it. Here's a 10 right down here. I wonder what that color was. Could be 32. There's no number in there, so maybe because there's a 32 in the same kind of thing over there. It must be 32. I'm still looking for number 10s or anything from 1 through 10. Oh, here we go over here. So there's this black dot right here. I'll show it to you in the magnifying glass. It has to be a mistake. I don't know if this actually shines through, but it's a 6 or an 8 or something, but it's in the 29. So you see the 29 goes all the way and flares out over here. So that 6 that's sitting there must be the inside color, which I already painted, but why they left that 6 on the outside in such a dark little 6 is beyond me. And it's really bothersome because it's like the first thing I see. My eyes just are immediately attracted to that big black 6 sitting there, and it's just yucky. Okay, continuing on. Let's see what happens here. Does this give me the ability to turn a flash on here? Let me see. Lighting. Oh, relight on. Relight off. Tell me if that's any better. The light on, light off, wax on, wax off. That kind of turns on a little highlight on my phone. Okay, keep going. Damn it. phone cord I've got hanging off here keeps going into the paint. Tie it back. Painting everything around me except for the canvas. Thank goodness this is acrylic. For the most part, it comes right off the counter. Okay. All right, so not seeing any more 10s unless they pop up randomly or any other number, so I'm going to switch to number 11. As soon as I said it, there's a 10. Happens every time. That's how I have to fool myself. Okay. Not sure what that is, but it's definitely a 10. Any 10s? There's one. Part of the flower. Any more? I see 16s. 19s. Oh, a teeny tiny itty bitty 10 right here. Okay. Any more? I'm switching to 11 now. Are any 10s going to pop into my peripheral? Hello? Hello? Going once, going twice. I don't see any more 10s popping up, laddie. All right, moving on to 11. And 11 is certainly a highlight of this or another potential flower color because we are going into a pink. So we had this kind of French dressing orange that we were working on for 10. Now we're going off into 11 territory. I'm not sure I think I painted by accident on there. Got a little orange paint on there, but I assure you that's not the color. That's the color. A fleshy pinkage. A fleshy pinkage type color. All right. A salmon? Is that like a salmon color? I know it's like hollow down in there and you're seeing the bottom of the plastic. It's almost making it look orange or red, but that's not it. It's that color right there. Okay, so it looks like a salmon pink. Wash off our brush. Oh, Lord. Right, mate. Let's look for 11. If you were 11, where would you go? Now there's 37 colors for this particular kit. You can get it in 24 colors, 36 colors, or 42 colors, I believe, depending on how intricate you want this kit to be, or all the kits on Number Artist. I happen to choose this one for the first time because all my other kits are 24. I just bought 4 more kits, and I think I made them all either 42 or 36 to try to throw a monkey wrench into my brain to really make me feel productive. Okay, and not all of them take colors. I mean, sometimes, like in one of my kits, the number 10 was only used one time, and it was just a tiny dot. So 11 here, I haven't found an 11 yet. Oh, I found an 11. See? You see? Wow, way out there. Really? That what color? Why are they putting that out there? So they're making those mountains back there, or those pinnacles, this pink color? Really? Seems like a highlight color. Why would you? Oh well. Maybe it's where the sunlight's hitting it. So, all right, here we go. We got a giant spot here, and then it's kind of all over the place. So, let's pull back so we can get some of the paint off of our hilt. Then we can use the edges to pull into there. Guess a horizon color. Careful, you got a 17 and a 29 right next to it. This paintbrush is getting too fanned out. I don't like that. All right, some of these thin areas up here. Got an 18 right next to it as well. Two 18s in here, so I don't want to cover them up and try to lightly go around them. A thin line right here of an 11. See if I can cover up that 11 there. Here we go. Let me get some of the stuff off of this brush. I'm thinking a lot of these paints, maybe, a lot of these kits may be sitting on a shelf somewhere in China and don't know what the temperature is that they're sitting at, because these paints are super thick, almost like oil, but they're supposed to be acrylics. But they're seeming to be really thick. And like I said in part 2, there is a fluid that you can purchase for acrylic paints that acts like a thinner to thin out your paints and to keep the luster in. You can purchase it as well in the accessories area of Number Artist, or any of your art stores would carry it. You just go in there and tell them, I need a thinner for acrylic paint. And I'm sure they will be happy to sell it to you. Otherwise, just use a water. Can't tell you, I can't tell you whether it's distilled water or regular water. I'm just using the sink water. That's got to be pretty toxic. But actually, I think I'm using bottled water for my thinning right here. I'm not only using it, I'm drinking it. So let's thin it a little bit here and dip it in the little watery dingus. So we can kind of thin it a little bit so it bleeds out to the edges, so I don't have to go over the edges. But even if I do, whatever color goes next in there should cover it up or blend into it, hopefully. Okay, these are going to be thin little lines. Hands are shaking pretty badly. Okay, we got an 11 over here. Got one right there. See if I can get this on the edge here. That's 13. It goes that way. It's 14, 17s, 12s. Just looking for 11. And I don't see any more 11s in that top part. So I'll start working towards the center. If your eyes are better than mine, so you'll be able to let me know what you see. Trying to look on this edge over here and see if I can find an 11 anywhere else. I'm not finding any more 11s. Oh, there's an 11. Told you. That's what you got to do. It's just one right here. I'm not finding a Bugatti in my driveway. I thought maybe I can trick the universe with that one. Looking for number 11. Well, I did one little dot and that's it. Come on, there's got to be another 11 here somewhere. Really? Really? And 2 11s just popped up. 2 11s. That's a police code. We're not going to go into that. There are 2 number 11s right here. Not 2 11s. But there are 2 11s. Okay, so those are itty bitty. Here's one right here. Okay. 17 looks like an 11, but oh, I found a 10. Sorry for yelling in your ear. I don't want to lose that 10. Fuck it. Dip some of that in there. Dip some. There we go. 10. That was it. Just that little, just a little line for number 10. But now that I got 10 mixed in with my 11, we're going to wipe off this brush here. Sorry for yelling in your ear. I apologize for that. I get excited when I paint by numbers. Okay, let's dip some more paint here. Looking for number 11. Okay. Trying to look in the same areas where I just was to see if there's 11 around. I'm not seeing any more number 11s. Or am I? Sammy, can you see number 11s on here? Sam? No? Okay. But over here where all these tiny little numbers are. That looks like an 11, but I don't think that. Let's see. Is that a number 11? I just lost it. I clearly painted over it with some other color. That looks like a no, it's a 31. That is a 31 because I can see the 3 behind it. Not sure if that's showing up on camera, but that one does look like a 10 right there, though. That is definitely a 10. Okay, now that we've just put fresh 11 on here, now we're going to go back to 10 and see if we can find it. Okay. I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. I lost the number 10. The 31s were here that I thought were 11s, so that 10 popped up somewhere in this quadrant. 31, 34. I must be seeing things. I do not see the number 10 anymore. Come on, eyes, work. Okay, I see something here. What is that? That is a number 9 right there. What is that? That's a number 8. What is that? That is also a number 8. Okay. So we're going to put our thing here and look for our number 8. This is our peach. Which looks a lot like our 10, but a little bit lighter. Okay, so those are 2 number 8s. Where was that number 10? There it is. I found it. Let's put our finger on it. Damn it. Right there. Number 10. Well, let's look again. No, yeah, that's... Oh, mama, I'm in fear for my life from the long arm of the law. I lost it. I just had my finger near it. What's that? It got painted over. I don't know. I'll have to go look at the reference. There's a 5 sticking up right there. Why is that 5 sticking up right there? I realized that you can't see what I'm doing because the camera has dropped down. Okay, we are looking for where that 10 could have gone. What is that number right there? It's got to be a 31. Yeah, it's part of a 31 as well. Why is there a 5 sticking out on top of the 27? That makes no sense at all. All right, well, I lost the 10. Maybe it'll pop up again. Who knows? But I did rhyme, so that's pretty cool. Okay. So we were working on number 11. I'm going to close up 10. I'm going to look for number 11s. Because if we can't find any more 11s, we're going to 12. Any more 11s? Okay, 12 it is. So 12 is a much lighter than 11. Not much, but there is number 11. There is number 12. So obviously added some pink or white to it, more white to it. Kind of a fleshy. Similar to number 6. No. So number 6 was also like a flesh colored peach, maybe. This is more of a real pale, like China doll. Hey, Sam. What's going on? Hey, Sammy. Hi. What's going on, little monkey? Yeah? Can you tell everyone to like, share, follow, comment, and subscribe? Please? There you go. You heard it straight from Sammy's mouth. And Sammy would know. All right, so we're working on number 12 now. There's your number 12. Funky pink. I mean, it's not a lavender. Some kind of something. Okay, so 12. We are looking for spaces number 12. There's 12 all the way up here. Like a fuchsia, but lighter, much lighter than your normal fuchsia, I guess. But it is pinkish, purplish, lavendery. Lavender, nah, that's too dark, I think. What did I say? Where are we? 12. Here we are. Real thin line. Fans out to larger. Oh, I went over a 16. Okay. So I guess more of these far background colors. I guess whatever the sunlight is hitting on back here. Little 12 right here. There's a number 200 right here. I think it's a 21. There's two numbers jumbled up right here. What the heck is that? A 29 and an 80? Well, we don't have an 80 or a 60. I'll have to look on the reference card to figure out what the heck that is. That is a disaster is what that is. I don't know if a computer prints this stuff out or if a human does it, or, I don't know if they do it like when they do jigsaw puzzle or a word puzzle type thing. I don't know how this gets all printed out. I'd assume a computer, but I don't like to make assumptions because they're generally wrong. This one curves around. Oh, this is a big 12 right here. Okay, let's see how we're going to do this. Watch out for the 16s here. Oh, I just painted right over the 32. Okay, 12. And looking this direction. See if there's a 12 on this pinnacle or anywhere around it. I don't see a 12 into the clouds or the sky because it's not it would be a dusk type color, but this is full sunshine and clouds out there, so they're not using any of that pink. So let's look over here. Forget my hand here. I'm just looking up the edge here and see if there's anything. I don't see any number 12s, so I'm going to be moving on to 13. Does any 12s want to pop out and let my eyes adjust to them? I'm not dyslexic. I do see the 21. Although I play a dyslexic on TV, so then that's entirely possible. I don't see any more 12s. All right, we're going to switch to 13. Now 13, we are jumping up into a completely different color. So here's our 12. Here's our 13. A brownish maroon. Okay, and I got 13s from the bottom of the board all the way to the top. All right, so wash off this paintbrush. So like we did the 9, which was that deep purple look, this 13 is really going to start adding some differences in here. All right, so 13. So 13 down here. Definitely flows better when you add some water to it. Kind of muddy, but Not sure if you can hear the sounds outside. I mean, the refrigerator just went off, obviously, but it's like we have a big field that they play soccer and baseball and, like a big church type of property that has multiple types of courts on it. And I think they're out there playing soccer, and every once in a while you can hear them yell and whistle blowing. I'm not sure if it's transferring onto the phone, but I can certainly hear it. Careful, there's a 15 right next to this. So 15 there as well. Let me see what this is. That is a 13 down there. Another 13 down there. Not that you'd ever see these because they pulled the canvas down to staple it to the frame, but still, I don't want to leave it there open. There's a 7 right there. But I already painted it. It's just coming, the number 7 part's coming through. There's a whole cluster of numbers on this corner here. It can get really confusing because they're super teeny tiny, just little dots of paint. Okay, nothing up the edge up there. There's our 15s. Here's a 13 right here. Realize I just stuck my hand in the paint there. Okay. Oh, dropped the paintbrush. We're going to take our bigger boy here. Get this guy. Just covered up a 15. Let's see. It's a big 13 right here. Canvas is running away from me. Maybe overconfident using these edges like this on such a thick paintbrush. Make some big mistakes. Oh, that went right into a 14. All right, let me see where else I can use a big thick paintbrush. Up here, okay. It's like the main color of the pinnacle here. It's another 13, or another, is that 13? Yeah, it is 13, okay. This is the sunlight edge. The sunlight, where the sunlight's hitting over here, causing these colors. Watch out for the 14. I could really see what it is now, right? You can tell what that is. Okay, still more 13s in there, but I'm gonna have to switch brush it. But first, I'm gonna flip this over so that we don't have to struggle reaching out to get to this one. Ooh. If you don't feel comfortable using the edges of this thick brush, then just go back to using the medium. Okay. Right now we don't need that big brush because we got some smaller areas that require the 13. These are all 14s in here. Okay. Let's look down the board for any more 13s. Start to get some dimension here, huh? Start to see what we're looking at. REWLUS. There should be a math equation to figure out each one. Calculator painting, right? Hi, right? Yeah, there's I mean, like I said, so this particular kit is a 36 paint kit. You can buy the 24 paint kit, the 36 paint, and the 42. So that's how many paints, paint pods that you get. It depends on how intricate you want the detail in your painting. I wanted to try a different one. The last 3 I did were 24s. And generally, this type of painting should take you just a full day to do, but because I'm doing this in parts, yeah, a lot, right? Because I'm doing this in parts, I'm spreading it out. So after I do up to 5 paints a session. So I do 1 through 5 on part 1, 5 through 10 on part 2. Now we're doing 11 through 15, I guess. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 on part 3, and so on. The last one took me 7 parts, I guess. But I also let it dry for a full night rotation. So if I finish live streaming this and if I do 4 hours on this, then I'll let it go. The time I'll come back Friday or the next day, whenever it is, and then start painting again. But I let it dry, and I try to get it. I try to put it in an area that Sammy's not gonna walk all over it or rub against it. He has rubbed against some of the other paintings and left cat fur all over the place. I guess it's something different, but yeah. Nonetheless, yeah. Generally, you can finish if you're not live streaming. Generally, you can finish one of these paintings in just one full day. I have to take breaks. I don't know how. I couldn't do it all just in one seated session. I have to get up, move around, feel some sunlight on me, or moonlight. So we got some, the base of this pinnacle with thinner lines that I wouldn't use the big thick paintbrush. I mean, you can if you're really good with it. Like I can edge really well with that bigger paintbrush than I can. Well, yeah. But some people may not be able to do that, so just stick with your medium brush. Again, my hands are shaking pretty bad, so I do end up covering some of the other numbers. I have to go use my reference to figure out what the heck I just covered over. Okay, so this is all 13 here. Oh, I covered over that 14 a little bit. Jeez Louise. I'm painting here. Made me go right into the 14, all that yelling. It's starting to look pretty cool when you're looking at it through the cell phone. Than just me looking with my eyes at the canvas, it looks like just muddied up. But when you look through here, there's a distance between my phone and the canvas of about maybe 8 to 10 inches. But still, you can see what we're doing here. We're making this pinnacle come to life. Going back over where I went with the thicker brush. Ooh, that was way too much paint. Got a whole bunch of paint on the hilt here, so Okay, that's all 14s in there. If you wanna sing out, sing out. And if you wanna be free, be free. There's a million ways to be. You know that there are. Okay. Hey, Sam. Let's see. You also seem to be the neatest painter ever. Look at that kitchen. Oh, yeah. Right? I'm just renting this place here. Try to keep everything as clean as I possibly can. Try to stay within the lines as much as I can, but you know, my hands shake, so they're gonna go wonky. I did manage to get some paint all over my shirt last night. That wasn't the cleanest, so I will get one of those painter's aprons that I seen on Amazon to cover over, you know. I mean, I suppose I could get if for Halloween I'm gonna get a white sheet and cut a hole for the eyes and stuff and be a ghost, I could just, cut a larger circle in there and drape that over me. But, you never want to piss off mom with one of her fine white sheets, right? That you're going to be a ghost in. What? Mom's not around anymore, so I can do what I want because I'm a big boy. Or a big chimp. I'm a big chimp. There was a point right there that I missed, and right there that I missed with the big brush. There's a spot right there. Right there. Okay, those are all 14s. I'm a big chimp now. Those are all 14s. Across 14s. What about over here where I was doing that? Okay. 13 there, that's 14. There's a part of a 13 right here. I'll probably put a little more paint on there. Okay. Oh, there's one right there. Those are all 14s and 17s. There's a 13 right here. Let's see here. Can we find any more 13s hiding somewhere? Looking. I see a 31. I see another 31, but that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a 13. 13. Looking down at the bottom. Let's see here. Good sir. Oh, I found a bunch of 13s down here in the flower area. Right, mate. It's get a little water here because it's starting to get mucky. Mucky McMuckertins. Right, let's take out these number 13s here. Hope you can see all right. 13s. Here's a 13 here. Sorry, the hands are shaking, so I'm getting kind of putting stuff all over the place. right up against the line. There's a 32 right there I don't want to paint over. And I just painted over it. Oh well, that's gone. Okay, moving on. Those are 15s. Bunch of 31s. 31s are going to be darker greens. So we're looking for number 13. Come on. Okay. 13. Where are you? That's a 15. 27. Did we miss any other spots up here? Oh, yep, we did. There's one right here. Okay. That one actually goes down into a point. Right. Okay, mate. Let me see any more 13s. Oh my God. Oh my God. You just like completely went up into the sky with a random color that shouldn't be there. Like, how dare you? See if we can get rid of that. Can we get rid of that? No, we cannot. Oh, it's permanent on there. Son of a mother, father, sister, and brother. Oh, well. Well, that happened. That happened. It's faint from back here. Hopefully you won't be able to see that too much, but... Oh, yes. You can see that mistake right there. All that paint, that was off my hand. I use my hand. I lean my hand to hold down so I don't shake as much. And what I did was, see that pinky? That pinky caught that edge right there and dragged it off when I, son of a mother, father, sister, and brother. This is a family channel. We don't use foul language, sir. Son of a mother, brother, and sister. Yeah. Definitely not a family channel. But, you know, hey. All right, well, that kind of is a bummer right there. That's going to happen. I suppose I could have just changed my gloves, but I didn't. Anyway, we're looking for 13s, and I found one. Luckily, this paint's all dry, so hopefully we shouldn't muck it up too much. Muck, M-U-C-K, or M-U-K, or M-U-Q, or... Okay, there's 13 there. Let's see any more 13s or places that we made a mistake. Right here. Showing the top of said pinnacle. Son of a mother, father. My shaky hand. Okay. My achy, shaky heart. All right, looking for more 13s. Looking down in the cactus. See if maybe they use this color for something else. Let's see. Still can't find that 10 that we lost. Somewhere inside there. It'll pop out once we start doing other colors. Once we start doing other colors and we're down to like into the 30s and stuff like that, some of the 1 through 10s and 1 through 15s will pop up out of, just my eyes can't focus on them. So, but that's pretty cool. So let me let's do this. So that we got some idea of what we're painting here. This is a blooming desert. Kit number is 50-40-LZ-10061-BK. The color chart is on the side here. If you ever run out of any of these color pots, you can email this numberartist.com and let them know. Give them the number that's here, and they will send you that free paint. They won't charge you. The only thing that you might get charged for is because it's coming from China, so there's probably going to be some type of delivery fee. But or maybe they can direct you to a store that has it if you do want to pay a little extra and buy, some of those paints. I haven't had the need to buy anything else because I save all my kits. So like I said, I have 3 other kits that I made, so I still kept all the paints. Now, whether the paints are the same number, there are some that are similar enough to assimilate the similar. Okay. So we were working on 13. I don't see any more 13s. So I'm going to move to 14 unless the 13 pops up. I see a lot of 31s that ain't going to help. Okay, we're done with 13. We're going to move on to 14. So here was 13, another drastic change coming up. This kind of purplish that we were working on. And now we're going to 14, which appears to be a pinkish brown. Or maybe it's not brown, it's a pink, some type of sunset pink-like color. So 13. If any more 13s pop up, we'll paint them. Here's 14. Oh, it's a mauve. Kind of like a mauve. I'm not sure what color that is. So, you sassy people that know colors better than I do could pick that up in a lineup. Wash up our painty brush because we're switching colors. So the pack of, for each of these paint kits, you get 3 paintbrushes, or 6 paintbrushes. You get a medium, a thin. This is supposed to be the thin fine point, but it's really screwed up, so I haven't been using it. And you get the thick. You get 2 of these. You get 2 of these, and you get 2 of these. But I broke one of them. One of the metal tips came off, and I tried to keep it on there, but I didn't have any glue, so I threw it in the trash, and there you go. We are working on 14s. So let's look from the bottom first. If we find any 14s, I see 15s. Okay. Out of the gate, I see 14s. I'm going to flip this over so it's easier for me to paint instead of trying to reach up for it. So here we go with the 14s here. There's some water on the paintbrush. Oh, there's a 13 there. I figure out to paint. Must have got sidetracked. It turns out this is a 14 and not a 13. The 14 was elsewhere. Kind of dragging water into it, almost using the water and fanning out the brush to give it a blend. Wow. Sam. Chasing something out there. Butterflies are definitely blooming. March through May, you've got monarchs. He's never caught one, thank goodness. Their aerial acrobats are outmatch the Sammy's jumping capabilities. But we do have one eucalyptus tree outside, and the monarchs seem to like the eucalyptus tree over the pepper trees, oak trees, and type of piney type trees. I'm not sure why. Maybe if there's a botanist watching right now, you could tell me why. Tell me why. Yeah, we're not going into there. Okay. I'll get some on the tip here. It's a little tiny 14. Smoke from them fires sneaking into the house. All right, I missed the 14s over here, so we're going to flip the board over and... Hi, monkey. Hi, monkey. Monkey. Sammy the monkey. Wow. Hi. We can take a break for a moment and talk to Sammy. Hi, Sammy. How you doing, baby? Do you see the butterflies outside? Were there any birdies? You want to come up here? Oh, look, we got a Sammy. We have got a Sammy, which could be potentially a problem, but if he walks this way, nope, 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 no. Flash in the butt. Last time he walked through here, left cat fur all over the front here. All right, he's going over there to snack. But hey, we got a Sammy to hang out with us, so that's kind of cool. He is the elusive Sammy, by the way. So on our live streaming games, try to get him to come and hang out, but he has no interest. Rather go outside. I don't blame him. Sorry for shaking the camera. Let me see if I can just mount it. So I'm not shaking. You want it that way. We got 14s going on here for a while here. What you doing, monkey? Walking across the stove and checking out the microwave, and whoa, falling into the sink. Oh, he's trying to get up into the high parts up there. He's been trying to do that for almost 2 years, so. I think on top of the microwave. You can open the cupboard and go inside, and you can't go up there. We'll have a Sammy on the floor in a second. Not by me. He will fall off. He's tried so hard to get up there. We don't want him up there. Careful of the 17s and 29. Oh, I gotta round that off because I screwed that up. Okay, those are all 7. Oh, there's a 14 that runs across there. Stop shaking my heart around. I'd be stop dragging my heart around, but I'm shaking this phalange. It is really not working out. Come on, bud. Stop shaking that finger around. Stop wagging my heart around. I'm like your mom on a long drive who doesn't know the lyrics of the song and makes them up as she sings them on the radio. Mom, it's stop dragging my heart around. Not stop. Never mind. Mom's going to do what Mom's going to do, and she's going to sing it her own way. Don't be a hater. Okay. So those were horizon lines that we were doing there. The lines that come down the pinnacle. It's the basin of the desert here. Because I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. It felt good to get out of the rain. But if it's your mother singing this song, she's gonna put different lyrics in it to drive you insane. La 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 la. I'll probably get a copyright strike. Okay. Oh, there's a 14 we missed there. Okay. Can you tell what we're looking at now? Of course, the professional version looks a hell of a lot better than that mess, but pretty good. So let's see if we can find any more 14s. If we can't, then we will move on to 15. Thank you for the like. I truly appreciate it. Would be nice if we could get 98.4% of the viewers to subscribe to the channel. That would be greatly appreciated. We've been sitting at 3,900 for 6 years. We have not moved forward. I do not know what type of content would move this channel forward. I honestly don't. So we've done cats, we've done lizards, we've done monkeys, we've done crazy AI stuff that I learned when AI first kind of popped into the scene. We have video games. We do art. We do podcasts. We, meaning me and my friends that use at Real Talk Chimp, but cannot push the subscriber count. I don't know how to do it. Not going to pay Google to do it either. I don't want non-organic humans. I want to be able to entertain all. There's a 14 sticking up here. Let's cover that up. Okay. Okay. So if you know how to do it, go for it. Share at Real Talk Chimp with your friends and family. Maybe they'll come on over and hit that subscribe button. Be greatly appreciated. Okay. I mean, we got no problem in the views department. We get all kinds of views to the content. It's just nobody hits that subscribe button. I don't know why. Apparently I don't offer enough sass. Minus the S. Look. You want sass? I'll give you sass, buddy. Okay. Apparently not with a hand with a glove on it. That's sass right there. You got a full Sammy laying on top of a microwave right there. That should bring in at least one subscriber. Look at that Sammy. Girl, look at that Sammy. He works out. No? Okay. Back over here. All right. We were at 14. We're still looking to see if we can find any more 14s. They use 14s down over here. Well, if a 14 pops out, we will certainly paint it. We're now going to move to 15s. 15 isn't much of a jump from this either. It's a slightly darker 14. This was 14. This is 15. Almost looks the same, but you can see it's slightly darker. Just depending on how I look at it in the light. There you go. 15. 14. Slightly darker. Okay. Oh, son of a mother, father, sister, and brother. See, that's why we're wearing the gloves and not barehanded, because our bare hands get covered in paint. Let's wipe off our brush here. Okay. 15, all the way down here. Some little leaf petals, I guess. Meow. The bulbous part of said flower. This is less of a curve and more of a jagged line. I just covered over 23. Well, that's why we have the reference guide. That was not a cat, that was a child. A very upset child. The neighbor's kids. Right, mate. All right, 15. What up for 15s? Oh, I found a 13 right there. Where's 13? All right, 13. Let's see if we can. See if we can find that 13 again. Oh, son of a mother, father. There it is, right there. Itty bitty. That's it. Little dot. A little tiny dot of 13. That's it. But at least we do go back and do the ones that we did if they pop up into our brains. $15. Oh, those are little 16s. I thought they were 15s. That looks like a, no, that's a 16 as well. 16s. Going all the way up the page there. Those are all ones. That's a 15 right there. Okay. That's a 3. That's an 8. 36. Okay. All right. Still looking for 15s. Oh, there's 15 down on the edge. There's multiple 15s on the edge. I'm on the edge and I'm looking down. You know the band 3 Days Grace? They sing a song called I Hate Everything About You. But I love you. I can't do it. He's got a gravelly voice, similar to like Scott Weiland. For some reason that song just popped up in my head. It's on the radio yesterday, and now it's like an earworm and stuck in my brain. Why did I blurt that out? I have no idea why I blurt that out. Because I have no filter, and I blurt things. I am Blurty McBlurtertins. All right, so we're still looking for 15s here. Continuing along the base, those are 16s, 16s, 18s. There's a 15. Oops, sorry. Keep the camera there. Okay, that's all 16. 16 is a lavender. Completely different color than what we're using right now. Oh, I found a 13 right there. So let's go back and get that 13. Those are all 16s. There's a 10. Okay. This one. I'll try to keep my eye on that. I think that's that one elusive 10 I was looking for earlier. There it is right here. That was it. Hate everything about. I can't do it. Too high and too scratchy. Okay. But it's a negative song, so we're going to look for positives. We're looking for 15. I see a bunch of 16s over here. 15 is eluding me. Oh, there's a 13 right there. So let's get the 13. I said, as you start filling in colors, you start finding the other ones that your eyes didn't lock onto. We are looking. We are looking. Found a 10 right here. Just a little leaf. Still looking for 15s. I'm going to go on and go up to probably maybe 20 because I wanted to do a 4-hour today. We're only at an hour and 47 minutes. So we are going to extend this session because there wasn't a lot of the other colors. So looking for 15s, not saying 15s anymore. So we're going to switch to 16 unless we find a 15 over here somewhere. These are all 16s. They look like 15s, but they're 16s. Of course, if something pops up before, then we'll go back and paint it. Let's do 16. 16 again is now going in a completely different direction from 15. It looks like a lavender to me, which would make sense considering there's a bunch of lavender blooming in this desert. So if you know lavender, lavender has a different color stem than the purple spires that come up. You have purple spires. Although lavender can come in different colors, but generally to the Sonoran Desert, I suppose is where we're at here, that the lavender has a light green stem, but then a light greenish gray stem, and then the purple levels of spire from the lavender that go up. So here's 16. 15 was this more pinkish maroonish. So you can see a distinct difference now. We are doing a different. 16, 17, and 18 are all different shades. of this. So 16 on the left, 17 on the right, and 18. They almost look the same, but they all have a tiny amount of white, making them slightly different shades. So here we go into 16. That definitely has a purple in it. A purple and white mixture. And I see a lot of 16s. In fact, we're probably going to use the thick brush for a lot of these spots. There's so many 16 spots on here. This is bananas. Let's get some of these orange off of this paintbrush here. Also bring it back to life. Gone. Okay. All right. Oh my God, 16s are everywhere, but they have some intricate little spots as well. 16 for days here. I don't even know which one to start on. There's so many of them. And we'll go right to this big boy right here. Little flick. And if you don't feel comfortable using this thicker brush, just stick with your medium. Even your fine line in some of these trickier spots. Just using the corner of this big brush here to get down into the points or the smaller spots. Careful, there's a bunch of 30s in here. I just saw Haley's Comet. It's the radio going off in my brain constantly. Sorry, that was Shinedown. Name of that band. Can't remember the name of the song, but you could probably find it on your Spotify. Okay. We need a little bit of water just to help move this around here. So Hanna-Barbera, back in the 70s, used to have a cartoon called The Grape Ape. And the grape ape's clothing was this color. He was a deep purple gorilla, being the grape ape. But they had to have some contrast, right? So he was this color. I just remember that. Okay, I'm gonna go use a medium. Sometimes goodbye is a second chance. Okay, there's a bunch of tiny little numbers in here, so this is going to be tricky. Super thin line right there over that 16. There's a 19 right next to it, and a 31. So just lightly get around those numbers there. You can put the thicker paint around, back in its normal spots, but coming off that right there, I don't want to block any of those little numbers, even though you. Sorry for that. I'll wait till it live stream comes back. If it does, let's see. Okay. That black space on the camera that just popped up was a Amber Alert that popped up for a child abduction, and I haven't seen one of those pop up on the phone in a really long time. So usually I get weather reports, hey, the tornado coming, or forest fire, but that was an Amber Alert that popped up there. So can't make that's another reason why I want to get a DSLR and stop using my cell phone, because the cell phone, people call, people text, and it'll cut right into the live stream. So if you know what kind of camera people use when they're live streaming, if you can let me know, it'd be greatly appreciated. I will head out to Best Buy or Amazon and purchase one of those. Honestly don't know. So I'm asking for your assistance. So if you're watching this live stream as an archive video on YouTube, and this happens to pop up, this moment of me asking this question, please type it in the comments if you know, or maybe it's something that you use when you're live streaming. I think they call them vlogging cameras, but I'm not much into the whole lingo of that. So I've only started live streaming this type of stuff only just a few weeks ago. Everything else that I live stream are video games, and there I use the cameras that I use there, or the capture card for the PlayStation onto the laptop through the OBS, and then the cameras that show my face, or the keyboard and stuff that I'm using. Controller, that's with the webcam that comes with the laptop. So I guess maybe I can use a laptop, but I don't want to do all that kind of crazy stuff. But I do have my tablet right here. But that alert also came on my tablet, which was kind of crazy, but the tablet is linked to the phone. So maybe I can add a webcam off of this, off of a tablet. I've never done that before. So Maybe you can let me know, you techie type folk. Getting sidetracked, trying to get to this other 16, finish it up here. Helicopter flying by. So like I said in part 2 of this, I learned how on YouTube you can add music, after the thing is uploaded onto YouTube, you can add music, but the music are just like 1 minute tracks, so even shorter, up to 1 minute, so you don't get copyright strike, and you have to use their YouTube music. They also have an AI program, so you can describe what kind of music you want, and you build it through their AI program. Sometimes it seems kind of funky through there, though. There's better AI programs to make music, but that's not my goal. Just looking for background filler, because normally I would be playing music in the background if I could. But I get copyright strikes. Shaking of said camera again. I apologize. Another thing is if I was doing this like with a GoPro, I don't know if GoPros can go live. I've never used a GoPro. It would still be on a gimbal or something. I covered up that 19. What is that on this side right there? It's a 16. Okay, hang on a second. It's a 16 right on the edge. I don't know what that number is right there. There is a 27 there. Really funky shapes. This paintbrush is starting to get mucked. Careful of the 19 right there. I don't know how they come up with these crazy little shapes in here. Most painters just lather this stuff on everywhere, you know. Well, these are like intricate little tiny direction changes that are really kind of weird. Just covered over an 18 or a 19, something in there. Such tiny little spots. Just trying to get some of the paint off the hilt on here. I need it more on the tip than up too high up on the paintbrush. There's some itty bitty teeny tiny spots that I need to use just the tip of the brush for. Again, watch out. You got a 27 and a 19. They're real small. I just went over the 19 there. It was so small that I don't even know how you could even see it. It's 19 and a 31, 27 in here. Feel like a dentist trying to get into little tiny crevices in the mouth. Paint by dentistry. Another one of these little tricky spots. Right up against a 19 and a 20. Is that a 15 or is that a 16? It's a 16. Right up against 227s. There's a 32 right here. So I'm going to leave some space open. .32 is a like a sea green. So 19, a 27 right here. Just gonna lightly touch the tip in here to try to get into these smaller spots. You know what's kind of cool to do if you there are free AI generators on the internet. It's like, say when you're finished with this picture, take a picture of it, and then align it on your phone or whatever, square, and then put it into one of these AI generators that will actually animate the flowers moving and stuff. I think Fun with AI on my playlist, I did some of those with the earlier generators from like last year. So, obviously these chat GPTs and all these other AI programs have advanced so quickly, so fast that they've gotten to the point where they're so realistic you can't tell the difference. You used to get 6 fingers, now you get your 5 fingers, unless you're the 6-fingered man and Inoue Matoyo is trying to go after you and the Princess Bride, but that's beside the point. But yeah, I've taken some of the pictures that I have and put it through that AI generator so that you can see, well, the cactus is not going to sway, but you can see the clouds moving across the sky. You can see the flowers like blowing in the wind. Super cool. Super neat. Plus, they have those live picture frames that you can buy. Samsung has one of those. They tried to talk me into it when I was trying to buy my TV. Hey, you could just buy this live picture frame and it animates all your pictures. I'm like, nah, that's cool. Just get the TV, does the same thing. That does look like a 15 there. It's really hard to tell though, if that's a 16 or if that's a 15. Remember, 15 is a completely different color, so completely different color. Let's clean this brush off. What we got over here? Right back to 16s. A little water still left on the brush. So it's going to lighten it up a little bit, but it will help it to be able to be brushed smoother. Watch out for that 19 and 34. Just covered over that 19. This thing is snaking all over the place. It's at 19. Break here for a second. I'll move this aside. Marion Hernandez 9948, my birthday. Well, happy birthday to you. How old are you turning? I don't know if I can ask that to a lady, but happy birthday nonetheless. Thank you for hanging out with Real Talk Champ and appreciate that. This is what, May 20th? No, what day is it today? May 21st. A spring birthday. I have a winter birthday. I think the spring birthday is a lovely time to be birthed. Careful of the 19s here. We're getting into some more trickier shapes. Try not to paint over the previous colors that are already here. I'm just fanning out what's already on the paintbrush. We have a ton of 16s. Again, that looks like a 15. I may have to look. I have yet to defile myself. An itty bitty 16 right in here. Can I cover that up? Just barely. So close to the 21. And back over here. We go from little tiny dots to just bizarre little shapes. Hey, Sammy, I have an itchy back. Can you come over here and scratch my back, Sammy? Scratch my back. Sammy. We started off with a ton of 16s. Now we are winding down. Is that an 18 or is that a 16 right there? Okay, that looks like an 18. Hang on. Yeah, that's an 18. I'm not going to touch that. So those are all 18s up there then. This is definitely a 16. Careful, the 19, the 34, and the 27. This one's going right up against the cactus. It's covered up at 19. There you go. Paintbrush is getting mucky. We covered over the 19 again. Oh well. It's a bit dodgy. Got a dodgy hip. Oh, it just went right over that 27. These little tiny spots on the edge here. No, and I covered over another one. Oh, there's one up here. Okay. I think we took out most of the 16s here. Let's keep looking around. There's a few edges I missed. Just looks like a bunch of smudgy lavender everywhere. There's a 16 right here. But I assure you, there is a rhyme to all this reason. There is a reason to all this. Okay, let's look for 16s. Oh, those are 18s. I think we're good. I think we knocked out all the 16s. Maybe one will pop up later on, but let's, oops. Let's put that in water. We'll set back a little bit here so you can see this mess I've been doing with all the 16s. I don't know how well you can see it on here. Oops. So I didn't even do the deep purple yet that's underlying all these purples or lavenders. There's deeper colors that are going to go from those top layers of 16 down and make it deeper. But at least you have an idea of, you can see that pinnacle, how it's now filled out down through the horizon line of that pinnacle there. It's a little muddy still, but there's some missing paints that have to go into that one there because the light is hitting that side. The shadow is hitting this side. So let me see. The shadow is coming in. The light's coming from the left side and moving through to the right. That's why this is brighter up through here. And then this side here is the shadow being casted off. The shadow being casted off back this way. So this is a shadow coming off the cactus, but we haven't done the cactus yet, so all you're seeing is this weird, funky line right here. That, I assure you, once the cactus is filled in, that'll be the shadow coming off the cactus. So it's pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. I got a lot accomplished in almost 3 hours. We'll continue going and we'll head into number 17. If more 16s pop up, we'll certainly go back. Now again, like I said, 16 is a darker number 17. So here's 16. Here's 17. So this is more, 17 is more of a highlight over the 16. They almost look identical, but I assure you there's more white in 17 than there is in 16. It's still a lavender, but it's just slightly a little bit more white added to it. Okay. All right, so get the paint off of these guys. So when you're doing these paintings, I highly suggest you take lots of breaks, take a bathroom break, all that kind of good stuff. I don't have ability to pause the stream and go do said things, so we're going to suffer for the art. That's why we do these things in parts instead of all in one thing. Okay, so now we're working and looking for number 17s. I didn't see too many 17s as I was doing the 16s, so there may be one or two, if any. There's one up here. Okay, and it almost looks the same from the other one. See 27s, that doesn't help. We're looking for 17. Okay, what is this right here? Is this a 15? Oh, that's a 16 right there. Luckily, I can put some of this 17 in there because you're not going to tell. Don't tell on me. Plus, it's such a little tiny dot right next to that 19. Okay, looking for 17. Seventeen's up in the horizon. Okay, I'm going to flip this over so so I can reach these. So this one's a shade underneath a cloud, it looks like. These go into a point shape. So I'm trying to use the tip of that brush. I think I missed a 16 right here. No, it's an 18. Okay, good. Yeah, those are 18s. Okay. So I think we're done on the 17. At least I don't see any more. We'll try to look around here and see what we can find. Is there any more 17s anywhere? Those are 18s. It's a 29. '27s. Okay. All right, so I'm not seeing any more 17s, so I'm going to wipe this brush off and work on the 18, which again looks almost identical to these. Slightly different color. I mean, it's the same color spectrum. So here, 17. Here is 18, so it's a little bit darker added, a little bit more purple or blue into it to get the purpley. But in low light, it looks identical. In the highlight, you can see that this one is darker than this one. Definitely your lavender. Your lavender highlights, I should say. looking for 18s. Oh, those are 19s. Oh, I missed a 17 right there. I hit it with the 18. Like I said, it looks so similar. Okay. Here's an 18. Sammy! Hey, Sam! Meow! Is that a 12? There's a 12 up there. It's that real thin line on the inside of the cactus. It's a super highlight because that's a 12. I'll come back to that when I'm doing the cactus. All right. Again, we're looking for 18. Okay, so we got 18s up top. So I'm going to flip the canvas over so I can make it easier for me. All right. Running it off the horizon. Okay, this one's going to require a bigger brush. We're going to need a bigger brush. These are the pinnacles that are in the background. Oh my God. Stuck my hand in the paint and well, that ain't coming out. Like I said, you can't take the chimpanzee anywhere. You know what? Ow. All right, we don't have any paint on our hands at least not yet. Sure we will. Meow. Some thin little lines here. Okay. 18. It's 18 in these far background. Right up against this other color, but not over it. Use smaller brushes on those. All right, those are 18s, okay. So with big brush, I think we're done with the big brush for 18. I think we're going back to little small spots for the 18 now. That's 22. Okay, I think we can flip this over. I can see the background coming out. See the background out there that we just did. Starts to make sense a little bit, even though up close it just looks like blobs. Okay, so let's look for 18. Got 18 anywhere else? I'm not gonna lie, as you get close to the paint, it doesn't have a super intense smell to it, but it does have a little chemical. It has a little chemical smell when you come up to it, so you don't have to like straight up wear an N95 mask when you're around this. But just give you an idea, if you're sensitive, if your throat's sensitive like mine, and you get super up close and you get a whiff of it, you can certainly feel it in your throat. I just found a 17. Let's grab the 17 here, which again is pretty much almost identical, just slightly lighter. And an 18 right next to it. I'm gonna just take them both at the same, because I'm with an 18 and 17 on the same paintbrush. Okay. 17's taken care of. Back to the 18, see if we can find any more 18s in here. Just itty bitty, tiny, tiny, tiny ones. It's 28. What about on the sides here? Those are 19s. Those are all 19s. These are all 19s as well. Remember, we covered over a bunch of 19s with that other purple. So I may have to use the reference when I go back. There's an 18 right there. I got two 17s. Starting to get hungry. Okay, those are 18s way over here. Right next to the 19s and 30s. I still remember that 12's over there. Okay. Can't tell what this is. It looks like an 18. Here's an 18. A lot of 31s. All right, I'm going to switch to 19, which is now going in another different direction. Oh my God. I'm going to go fishing for a 19 since Cat's clearly not going to be helping me. Gotta use our handy dandy tool because we dropped it on the ground. Okay. Alrighty. So 18 was our lavendery, right? Now we go in a different direction. We got our 19 here. It's got some blue in it. So we're leaving the purple and going into the blue. I'm gonna see it when we open it up. And it's a bluish purple, I guess. Kind of hard to tell. There's a hell of a lot more paint in this one than in most of the other ones, which is kind of crazy. There are a lot of 19 spots. Okay. I'm just tapping the paintbrush around because there's a lot of other colors around. 27 next to it. We don't want to paint over the ones that we just did, so I think these are definite shadow colors, less of an actual plant or anything, at least for the moment. This looks like the shadow coming off the cactus, but not as dark as the other one that I did. It is certainly a shadow. A shadow underneath that plant. Like a tooth with roots. Let's get mucky on there. Let's try to get a point back. There seems to be a lot of thinner in this paint. Because no matter how many times I dry it, it's a lot thinner. Tacitus Kilgore. Really weird shapes. It's too much on the hilt here. Let's get it off there. We're down in the nether regions here. Real close to the 20s, so be careful. No rhyme or reason why there's just such weird little shapes that they want me to paint in. Okay. They look like smudges because they're just weird little shapes. Where this has to go. And they weave, in between all the little colors you already painted. Got to keep an eye on the time here so I don't go over. We may have too many 19 spots. We may not make it to 20. That'll have to be in part 4. I just found a 16 right there. Color is 16. It's now going to be dark blue. It's so small, I don't know how you could see it anyway. Oh, I just covered up part of the 27. Now go to a little point. A little riverbed, all jaggedy little lines. Killing my soul. Careful with the 31s here. It's a real thin little line, but it's kind of feathered out a little bit because my paintbrush is getting funky monkey. Chunky funky monkey. I just saw a 19. Where was that? There it is up here. Oh, we got 19s over here. Little boot. Those look like petals, those shapes. Not this one here, though. Like a little heart. Now I got a 19 that goes all over the place here like a riverbed. Sam? Come on, Sam. Meow. Meow. Come on, Sam, it's getting dark. It's all 20. So 20. I just covered over 20. Yeah, it's gone. This is the super dark area. I don't think I can get it to focus. See this that I'm working on is that super dark area right there. Those are 27s. I think we knocked out all the 19s. All right, we can do 20. Huh. I think 20 is black. Not sure what this color is. So this was 19, this kind of bluish purple, I guess. 20? 20 looks like it's black. Starting to hear fireworks? We're still in May. Well, I'm not sure what this is. This is not black. This is a purplish, grayish black. Purplish grayish. Yeah, dark, super dark gray. Another shadowy color. 20, yeah, because they're right underneath the purple. Another one of these colors that seems to have a lot of thinner in it. It's almost looking like even a darker blue, bluish gray. Watch out with the 27 right here. Probably use a thicker one for this one here. It's a big spot. Meow. Meow. I'm in here, Sam. It's 8 o'clock. About 12 minutes left. Let's see, maybe more 20s. Super dark, basic color. Like an underbrush. Oh, we got 20s over here. Down into the 34. Come on, Sam, hang out. We're almost finished here, bud. We'll go play. And when your child demands playtime, you know it's playtime. Come on, monkey. Oh, it's in the shape of a prehistoric fish here. Or a goat. Or an eagle's head. Or a tooth. Or a shark. A 19 right there I missed. And a 12 right there. 19 right there. 19, 19. I'll have to go back and do those tomorrow or next time. A little too close. $31 and $27 and $27. 19's all over here. Hey Bear, how you doing there? Thank you for joining. Appreciate it. Hanging out. There's a 19 right there that I missed. There's a 20, a little tiny 20 spot. Okay. The 30s. Any in the cactus? Don't see any in the cactus. It's 29. Spanning off to the right and looking, what about up in here? Those are 29s. They look like 20s, but they're 29s. Okay, what about the outer edge? No, those are 30s. I think we already took care of all those guys. Here's a 20. Got to look in all the little teeny tiny number spots. Let's see. 31. No, those are 29s. Look a lot like a circle next to, or a 0. But those are 29s. It's a tiny little line right there. I would have missed that for sure. All right, so I don't see any more 20s, so let's go back and knock out some of those 19s. Got only a few minutes left here of live streaming. Our 19 was this blue color. So I don't want to put the 20 over it since it's different. Now, where the hell were those at? There's one. Where were those other 19s at? Oh my God, there's a 20. I missed all that right there. That's ridiculous. I know I saw more 19s in here. Can't find them anymore. It's 28. You heard me say that I found some more 19s. Well, my eyes went wonky and I can't see them. They're there. There we are. 19 here. 19 here. There's a 20 right above it. 19 here. 19 here. Is that it? Oh, there's one here. That's a 21. Just a little strip of paint. That's it, I think. Got 1 minute left. And we'll have to pick them up next time. Let's see if I can knock out these 220s that I missed. If I can find them. Nope, my brain's not working no more. All right, on that note, my name is Real Talk Chimp, live streaming YouTube at Real Talk Chimp. That's RealTalkChimp. Oh my God, come on. Thank you for joining me on this part 3. Part 4, we'll start doing 20 on forward. But I think we got some pretty good progress today for this Blooming Desert paint kit 50-40-LZ10061-BK from Number Artist. That's it right there. Remember to like if you like this type of content, share at Real Talk Chimp with your friends and family. We're trying to get to more than 3,900 subscribers. We'd like to hit 4,000 before the end of time, so preferably soon and beyond. 98.4% of the viewers of my content are not subscribed, and I don't know why. That seems very strange. But I think we got a lot of progress looking at the little picture down below and then looking above at the actual picture. Well, it still looks a little splotchy. Once we start filling in more colors, you'll be able to tell, but I think we did pretty good on, the pinnacles in the background out there. Those look pretty real. Pretty spectacular. Okay, I'm out. Thank you for joining. Again, when this becomes archived on YouTube, if you are able to answer any of the questions that I posed, just write it in the comments and we'll chat later. Peace and chicken grease, everyone. Take care. Have a good night.